Hello everyone and welcome to Blue Spoon's Dota 2 stream. Welcome. Hello Lulu, hello Koljeet. Hello Saraimon, hello Javier. There is no sound for the new tipping system. How would you know? You tipped me recently? Ah, Jesus Christ. Happy Diwali, guys. I heard a sound just now. Alright, Lulu, tip me again. Yeah, my line looks pretty scary, doesn't he, Saraimon? Morning, Wayne. Morning, Ashley. You can't hear my music? Ah, Jesus. Hi, Hafiz. Hi, Devraj. There you go. Thanks, Lulu. Hi, Tetra. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Can you tip me again?
Whose band is it? Oh, yours!
SATY TRPD 19ドル Howdy My name IS Bill
Never mind, don't tip me, just don't tip me.
TRPD 32ドル Howdy
Shut the fuck up!
Name IS Bill
Hi, Chanika. Hi, Osama. What's my anti-mage set? I have a lot of anti-mage stuff. The question is, a whole bunch of things, dude. Yeah, I don't really know,
Remember,
man.
the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
TRPPAD 16ドルと SPAMS ピア AS2 メートル ES と SPAMS AS2 メートル ES インステッド MS ピア AS2 ザットタイム SPAMS
Sorry about that, guys. Just deal with it, okay?
10 seconds.
タイムです
5 seconds left.
There's Juggernaut. Let's play some Jug.
EOIN プルレッドプル EXCLOIE ザアース PORN プルアーリープル EXCLOIE ザユニバース PORN パーフェクト LY プル EXCLOIE
Shut the fuck up! Shut up!
2メートル ES
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, oh my
My god, I didn't know that's so annoying. Those are all fake donations, guys. Those are test donations, alright? I'm using a new system of donation.
So you say?
Hold on a sec. Donation notifications.
Fortune and glory await.
Yo, man, why are you begging?
Death dealer.
And didn't someone tell you that I already deleted my Ricky and Morty announcer pack? Somebody told you that, right? And then you just keep asking the same question, did you? I don't know why you do that.
It's in the bag. Your death approaches. I fight.
30 seconds to battle.
Forward. At last. It's an honor.
We don't have courier.
You die.
Hey, Zeether, thanks, man.
I go.
Hi, Blue. You are the best, Steve.
The battle begins. First blood.
Last of my kind was first in this. Very well.
Hi, Marco.
Then again.
Alright, buy the courier.
Agreed. Yes.
Thanks, Zeether.
You are mine. Attack.
Team annoying, huh?
As you wish.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
I bring my blade. Yeah. A fine idea.
Hi, Sebastian. Okay, good one, man. Good one. Oh, it's Corch Kiro.
Already moving.
Good one.
As you wish.
Might actually just die to this, hey? Well, hey, I'm Juggernaut. Sup? I have healing word. Yeah, you just harassed me for nothing. Yeah, I just get healed by healing word.
Onward.
Oh.
France.
Oh, nice try, bud.
Already moving. My blade is swifter. Look me in the eye. Forward. As you wish. Run if you can. Agreed. Easy money. I fight. Stand and face me.
Radiant called in the fortification.
You cannot hide. On it.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
You want to dive me, bro?
Very well.
Oh my god, he actually got me. Wow, so fucking ballsy, dude. It's amazing.
You wish I never stooped to notice you. Attack.
I need a magic stick. Push out this goddamn lane. I don't know why they're so aggressive, dude.
Payday. So you say. I go.
Did you just tip that $1 just now, Lulu?
It's an honor.
Okay, thanks. They just keep spamming their shit, huh? Well, I mean, I level 2,
You rebel.
You got me. Yeah, you got me. You got me.
Of course.
Fucking aggressive fucks. 5-minute runes.
As you wish.
The prize is mine.
Run.
Holy shit, dude.
More under.
So fucking aggressive. Jesus.
I bring my blade. That be a truth.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Yeah, nothing to do until that's done.
Hi, Manny Deep.
As you wish. I'll take that as tribute.
Man, these guys, I don't know.
My power.
Just really aggressive.
Onward. Yeah. Very well. It's an honor. Swiftly now.
Good thing I have healing word, dude. Yeah, these guys are just really really aggressive.
Agreed.
It was worth, man. Fucking shits.
I go.
Killing spree.
Good job,
Double
man.
kill.
Look me in the eye.
Oh shit!
So you say?
Yeah, okay.
To battle.
I'm gonna go. Oh no, yeah. There's no shrine. Phew. Yeah, I don't know. Like, are these? They're like cute together, huh? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna run up to Buddy and we're gonna spam him. All right, man. All right, dude. Okay.
Bring my blade.
Actually, I'm just gonna run back to base. Yeah, I think those two, the Jakiro and the Vengeful Spirit, they're cute together, and they're like, all right, we're just gonna play the spam game. We just keep casting your spells at him. I mean, it's kind of working, cause like I'm under farmed. At the same time, Zeus is getting really farmed. So although I'm under farmed, Zeus is getting powerful as shit.
As you wish. You ask, I will answer.
Yeah, I might as well just put the thing down now, you know.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
As you wish.
Both of them ready, dude.
Stand and face me.
She's level 6, dude. What the fuck? Hi, Vineet.
Not yet.
Not worth it,
On
dude.
it.
You guys like that mango? The mid chase mango?
You die.
Jesus Christ.
I fight.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Dude, oh man, they're so aggressive.
So you say. To battle. Yes. Forward. Fade in kind. As you wish. I'm not ready.
Holy shit.
Agreed.
You're fucking dead, bitch!
Your middle tower's under attack.
What a fucking chump. Yo, Legger. Bitches. Girly scream? That was a manly scream. What are you talking about? I hella jabooted him, dude. Ah, I guess this is Mjolnir Manta game. Let's buy a bunch of these. Some of these.
Mega kill!
Not so fast. A fine idea. Of course. At last. Forward. Of course.
Yeah, and you know, in this particular lane, you don't need to get crit. I don't really right-click them that much. I just fucking run around screaming and healing.
Your death approaches. So you say?
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
It's an honor. Onward. Already moving. Yes.
Ah, good job, man. Good job. Yeah, waste your mana. Okay, okay, okay. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job, man. Good job. Spend all your mana in cooldowns.
You cannot hide.
Shadows take us.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I go. Juggernaut! Yeah. I bring my blade.
Ah,
Death dealer. You die.
is this unranked game? Yeah.
Look me in the eye.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
What coward runs?
CK. He's got an armlet.
Trying to knock down your middle tower. Rally the troops out
Coming
your
mid, coming mid, coming mid.
I fight.
Enemy's bottom tower's going. Nice, man.
To battle. That's not leading you here.
You did.
Your middle tower.
Let's chase these guys. Are we even chasing these guys? Oh look, it's fucking Dumb and Dumber from earlier.
Not yet.
Your middle tower's under attack.
As you wish.
Ah, shit! Ah, you did, man! Oh boy. Oh, I got frozen, but it didn't matter.
Are you even watching your top tower?
I should deal with top, huh? Nah, I'm gonna run mid. I'm gonna run mid. Oh, top's getting got on.
Your top tower has fallen.
Holy shit. Alright, healing ward down.
Radiant stretches are fortified.
Is that rage quit?
And his name is John C.
Thank you. I'll go top the farm now. I'm out of here.
Prize is mine.
Slim pickings. A fine idea.
They don't even care about Skyra. Oh, he's
I'm
back.
not ready. Run if you can. You are mine. I am not ready. Yeah. Attack. Swiftly now.
Yes, it is, Donovan. Yes, it is.
Agreed.
I'm coming over. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Not yet.
Nah, he's dead.
Yeah. Payday.
Oh, they went mid, dude.
Not death approaches.
Killing spree! Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You done good.
It is not time.
Stop them from TPing if you can.
It's an honor. Attack.
Killing spree!
Oh, fuck my wand, dude.
The mask. Your flesh. Some lures.
Oh, this Rubik laughing at me now.
Dominate!
Question mark him.
Double kill! Mega kill! Double kill!
Hands of hell, I fear not, for they carry me to sky and heaven.
And what? Huh?
Geralt returns.
Yeah, exactly what?
Welcome to the secret shop.
I'll take that as tribute.
All right, bud. Okay, you sound like a cunt. Got it.
Unstoppable!
I'll take that as tribute. Your death approaches. So you say? Juggernaut! I bring.
He's dead now. I said Lamau. Bet he fucking doesn't like that.
Illusion.
Cunt. Ah, Jesus.
Already moving.
Ah, I'm dead. Now he laughs at me. Whatever, man. No, Vengeful Spirits one of the counters to Juggernaut. I actually cannot spin TP while he's next to me if he has some swap charges. I'm actually under farm now. Sounds good, Donovan.
One battle is hardly the war.
Rubik outplayed Blue Span. Can you explain to me how that works? How do I get outplayed?
On it. Yeah. It is not tight.
Wait for the logic, guys. Wait for the logic.
Of course.
He outplayed your talks. It was syncing everything you were thinking. What does that even mean?
To battle.
Killing spree!
I'm not ready. Onward.
Yo, Donovan, I really don't like to do shoutouts, man.
Double
Okay.
kill! Killing spree!
Seems fair. Stand and face me.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad. Gyre structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The middle tower has been denied.
As you wish. At last.
Mega kill!
It is not time. What coward runs? Not yet.
Dominate!
I bring my blade.
boy.
Death killer. Swiftly now. All mine. Agreed.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move, if you ask me.
Got it.
A fine idea.
I kind of miss playing Juggernaut, guys. He's such a cool hero.
You cannot hide. Attack. I go.
Mirana, hello. He's just standing there, dude.
I get in. I fight. Bravery and stupidity. I am not ready. I am not ready. You die.
See you later.
Practice comes strength. Swiftly now. Your death approaches.
Don't worry, guys. I got this. I got it. I'm out of here. I'm out.
Not yet. Attack. So you say? As you wish. Of course.
Sam, were you saying Maelstrom then Manta?
Easy money.
It's just different, dude. I
Already.
value the disjoint and the anti-silence. Seems obvious when I say it like that, right?
Very well.
There you go, Wayne.
It's not time.
I like the way you think.
It is not time. On it.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Woo! I almost died, dude. Jesus. Help, 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 help me! Oh my god, I can't spin!
The bottom tower is under attack.
Man, was that like a perfect chain stun? I can't even spin for a half second. We almost got their tower though.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
That should help.
He doesn't have his oh, he doesn't have his ultimate.
My sword so
Damn, Ruby's level 21, dude. He was the mid player, right?
Look me in the eye. You cannot hide.
Hi, Yusuf.
A fine idea. I fight.
Ah, boy.
To battle.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Oh. I'm going too deep here.
Double kill.
Oh man, dude. Thanks, Manit.
Not yet.
And oh, whoa.
Agreed.
Zeus is dead, dude. He dead.
Onward.
Just buy my meal in there, right? Don't panic here.
As you wish. Idea. I grow. I fight. As you wish. I wield my blade. It is not time. What coward runs? No less than I deserve. It's an honor.
Actually, speaking of lag, my frames per second only 100. It's unacceptable.
Of course. I'll take that as tribute. So you say?
We go.
Not yet. It is not time. Death dealer. I am not ready.
Are those two guys like briefing each other?
Forward. Not yet. Yes. It is not time.
Yeah, I've seen like Jakiro and Skywrath just stick together for a while now.
Aman. At last.
Oh shit.
Already moving.
How do you set micro keys? Seriously? You don't know how to use your options? Damn, dude.
I go.
You need some help.
I'm not ready.
We take the shrines.
Not
Okay.
yet. On it. am not ready. I bring my blade. It is not time. Seems
Our tower needs some help.
look me in the eye.
What the fuck is going on over here?
I am not ready. As you wish.
I can heal you, Senki. Holy fucking chain stun! Oh my god. No one has anything for me? And that's why I want Scotty. Yeah, I even had the 10 armor talent. Yeah, I wish teammates hit the Willow's Wisp. Maybe I should say something to my teammates. He's got a heart to do that. ECK is so tanky. Uh-oh, he did.
We die.
No TP scroll, you're so screwed, bud. He's so dead. Like I don't want to ask you 1 to 10, and he's 11.
I gave up immortality. A minor setback. On it. You die. Attack. It is not time. Your death approaches. Not yet. Agreed. Attack. Not yet. A fine idea. I am not ready. What coward runs?
The killing spree.
Not time.
Oh Jesus.
Not yet. I am not ready.
Oh boy.
It is not time.
Killing spree.
Already moving.
Dominate.
Attack. You cannot hide.
Oh my god! The fucking cunt is here!
Look me in the eye.
Mega kill.
I was hoping he used all his swap charges in that big fight over here, but he didn't actually use a single one. Well, actually, speaking of which, does he have Reality Rift Pierce spell immunity? He doesn't have it. Oh, maybe I should have just finished this off, dude. Fuck. I would have died. It wouldn't have been worth it either way, I guess. WV, I'm from Canada. Hi, Silvio. Dude, wow. Dude, that arrow finished Roshan off. Oh shit, he's got eggs, dude. Very interesting.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
As you wish.
Holy shit.
Shadows take us.
It's an honor. To battle.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Very well. Pay in full. You
Your
die.
middle tower's under attack. And over here we have the middle tower. Not
They're backing
needed
off.
no more.
Yeah. I'll take that as tribute. I fight. So you say? I'm not ready. Stand and face me.
Let me farm this.
Not yet.
Jesus Christ.
Death dealer. It is not time. Haste. Run if you can. You are mine. I am not ready. It is not time. Yeah.
This game is pretty intense for an unranked team.
Easy money. With practice comes strength. Forward. Not yet.
Is backdoor protection down? Because I would love to take that wreck. Yeah, I knew this guy's gonna be hunting for me.
Attack.
Oh, got it!
The enemy's top barracks is fallen.
Our mid is Rubik.
Yo, Ripper.
It is not time. Of course.
Futterfly.
I am not ready. Not yet. Not yet. Stand and face me. Yes.
Dominating.
I'm gonna hit mid. Ventral's dead. Good. Ventral's the only one who can stop me.
Radiant structures are fortified.
As you wish. I'm not ready. Of course. To battle. Strength is mine. Your death approaches. Not yet.
Unstoppable!
As you wish. Attack. Very well. A fine idea.
Oh, so hard.
It is not time. Onward. It is not time.
Refresh. Oh, Jesus. Everyone's getting so powerful.
I am not ready.
I'm like almost exactly on par for a farm at this level.
You are mine. Forward. Not yet.
Can I just farm that?
It is not time. Already moving. I am not ready. To the swift, the spoils. Illusion. Swiftly now. It is not time. I fight. Paid in kind. I go. Not
That guy is a fucking tanky beast. There's a farm here, dude.
on it. I am not ready. Here.
Get sick!
Yet. I am not ready. I bring my blade. Here. On it. As you wish. Last.
Oh boy. Oh, I have enough for butterfly
Tower
here.
is under attack.
Shit. I mean, do we want to fight top or something?
I'm not ready. Run.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm coming top. Can we have more?
To battle. Forward. That's evading you here. Yes.
Yeah, you did, bud.
Not yet. Agreed.
What's up?
A fine idea.
But CK thought he was all super tanky and shit,
You are mine.
and he is, but not enough.
Yeah.
Scared, man. Fucking Skywrath might have sheepstick sometime soon, you know. There you go. I don't have this. Get back.
As you wish. I'll take that as tribute. It's an
Jugsina. That's a good one, Shane.
It is not time. Attack. I am not ready.
Need more TP scrolls.
Not yet. What coward runs?
What the fuck is going on here? Vengeful Spear should be like right here.
Death dealer.
Where's Vengeful Spear, dude?
Stand and face me.
Where's Vengeful Spear?
Double damage. So you say. It is not.
Oh, there he is.
I fight. It is not time.
The prize is mine.
Onward.
Yeah, you guys notice I actually just spend like most of the time just looking at the minimap, especially late game.
Very well.
bottom shrine has fallen.
Fuck, only 3 seconds on Arcane.
Yeah. So you say?
Damn it, Sand King. That's really deadly.
Look me in the eye.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
At last. Already moving.
Oh shit, there's double damage here.
Double damage. You die.
Oh shit. Fucking hell!
Not yet.
Oh boy, this is bad. Holy shit, dude. Is that Phantasm?
Tower could talk.
It is not time. A fine idea. Not yet.
Come on.
I am not ready. I'll take your trip. It's an honor. It is not time.
He fucking knows, huh? You fucking know you better TP, huh? Anyone reach that?
It is not time. Not yet. I am not ready. And face me. Your death approaches. It is not time. May I begin?
Enemy's middle tower just
I think that might be game, Grace.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. That's the power of elbow grease. And, you know, the enemy's middle barracks, I'm just a silly memory. Killing spree!
Oh, you think you can kill me? You think you can kill me? Are you serious?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
It is not.
Double kill! enemy's bottom barracks is falling. You now have mega creeps. Oh, good. Let them do all the work.
Wow, what a early game epic Dota 2 game. GG guys. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed the games. Wow, man. I was expecting an easygoing game, but that was not easygoing at all. Jugsina. Ah, yeah. Close game. Thanks for the respect, Tommy Lee. Alright, let's play some ranked games now. Nah. We're queuing for 5 and 4. This is the graph. Oh, hey, we were actually winning for pretty much most of the game. But actually, it was really close. Like, they were winning early game by a bit. Really close. They outdrafted us, apparently. And then we were way ahead for a while. And then they came back. And they almost came back again, but... Tommy Lee! That guy doesn't give respect often. He's not respectful. But when he is... Sure, Ryan, let me show you my MMR. There you go. Mail mid more and take more books, faggots guy. Damn, these guys hate each other. Well, Skywrath was the mid? Ah, okay. You want to see my Marvinite? Okay, bud, sure. There it is. Skywrath 3 books. So it appears he did. Oh yeah, 14,000 building damage. I actually only did 23,000 hero damage, so in terms of killing heroes, that was actually the second lowest damage on my team. Wow. But I mean, like, I keep focusing on objectives, right? Yeah, these guys just keep fighting heroes, and I hit objectives and create space, kind of. $24 stream for $100. Are you gonna pay me $100? I do still have 10 kills. Hi, Ram Danny. One sec. What are you talking about? Yeah, are you gonna be the one to give me $100? And for the record, I would not do a 24-hour stream. I would not do a 24-hour stream for $100. You know, in my country, you can go to McDonald's and you can make $100 in 8 hours, like just a regular shift. Nah, Nitin, unfortunately, it's not really worth my time.
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds left.
English only, okay.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to
Is that
do.
guy trying to trash talk in Bahasa? I am hard support, okay. Oh, these guys speak Spanish. Oh.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, I stream on YouTube for a living. And anyway, so the 24-hour stream, first of all, it would not be enjoyable for me. Do you agree if I increase money if possible? Yeah, I mean, everyone has their price, right? I would suck a dick for $1 million, but is anyone here gonna pay me $1 million? Would you suck a dick for $1 million? Anyways, yeah, I mean, like 24-hour stream sounds actually painful to me. I mean, some people get tired of playing Dota 2 after 3 hours, right? I get tired after 5 or 6 hours. But to stretch it to 24 hours?
Your pick now.
That's,
What? Huh?
yeah, that sounds a little rough, you know what I mean? And I'm a Canadian, so actually $100 is not a lot of money to me. That's like 3 restaurant meals or something like that, you know? It's like, it just disappears. That's my cell phone bill for the month.
This is where you win.
So for me to go through such a intense marathon of gaming, it's just not really, yeah, worth it to me. Don't continuously, it's according to your comfort. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Here, I gotta quickly buy a few items and then what would it cost to wear a t-shirt with the logo on it for only 8 hours? If you were sponsored? Why? Do you want to sponsor me or something?
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Canada is the nicest country I've been in my life. Oh, you've been to Canada, have you? It depends, Delta, cause I don't know. Everyone's got their price, of course, but I'd like to advertise something I believe in, so it depends on your cause. I'm not gonna charge a grandmother who is trying to promote, I don't know, equality in the workplace or at the hospital or something like that, a lot of money, but for corporations like Apple, Google, etc., you know, you know, they got like billions of dollars, right? You know what I mean? Who's our mid player? Our mid is Pugna. Uh-oh, these guys are, I think these guys are getting angry. Sebastian, are you here? Any Spanish speakers? These guys are getting angry. Merda! Support Axe. Ooh, exciting. Dun dun dun.
All hell's broken loose, and I hold the pieces. This was in the bag the day Axe was born. Why not?
Fortune and glory await.
So what organization do you represent, Delta? The No Drow Ranger organization? Just joking, man.
Feel my claw. It's not time. It's in the bag. Oh yes.
Maelstrom.
I glow like the devil.
30 seconds to showtime. I love watching him skip around out there.
Yes.
Holy shit. Quite the deadly combination.
First blood.
First blood, like cut you, but I split you, but I killed you.
When the horn blows, the blood flows.
Oh fuck, there's a Tiny behind me, dude.
Yes.
Don't throw me. Don't do it!
Forward. Missing.
I'm an author and creator of a brand called Girl Crush. It's a female trendy LGBT thing. Girl Crush. Okay, well. Alright, well let me think on it, okay? Tell me more about your organization later, right, man?
Prowling. Hell and back.
Oh Jesus.
Yes.
Am I dead? I am not dead, but if I get shit thrown at me, I'll be dead.
Forward.
Oh, you fucking dead, son.
Dogs. Oh, hell yeah.
Enemy Timbersaw is toxic.
Why not?
I need to start sucking this pig as soon as possible.
Back rages. After them.
Oh fuck!
Onward.
This Tiny keeps trying to kill me, but he can't do it.
Yes. Die at my hand.
You wanna throw me, bitch? Go ahead. Go ahead, throw me again and fail. 3 bottom. Swedish babe. Sounds hot.
Prowling.
Oh my god. Dude, this lane seems fucking ass.
Coolest cut. All in a dice.
You get outdrafted, dude.
I still got my pride. I'll run this sucker. Well, look at that.
Oh no! Oh dude, that RNG on that tower. Might get flamed for going this build.
To hell
I don't care.
back. Knuckalaka. That devil to pay. Onward. Yes. Oh, hell yes.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Prowling. Strike! Verily.
Oh, you did it, dude. That's great.
Yes. Why not?
Are you even watching your top tower?
Man, this fucking lane is ass, dude.
Rally the troops and get over there!
Fuck you, bitch. Oh no! Ah shit, dude. Fucking ass. Ah Jesus Christ, dude. God damn, dude! Yo, that lane combination is so strong. Jesus.
Guy is putting up a barricade.
Time to take matters into my own hands. You fancy that, do ya? Coward!
You wanna come up here, bud? Nuh-uh! Ain't nobody gonna let you do that, bud.
Verily. Oh, hell yes.
You want some mana?
To hell and back.
Gee, oh shit. Oh shit.
Towers under attack. Killing spree.
Fuck this lane, man. This lane is so fucking ass, dude. I need to go warding.
Armed and dangerous.
Can I have a bottle? Not even I need a bottle. Yeah. I think I'm done investing into the bottom. What the fuck?
Dominate.
Tied.
Here? I die here, really? I guess they're trying to kill Pugna, so I mean now Pugna knows, so we got that going for us.
Top tower needs some help.
I go like the devil.
Oh, Jesus. Sorry. Ugh.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be completely manageable. The bottom tower is under attack.
Holy shit.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Can I rage by that?
The bottom tower is under attack.
I don't want to die again, dude. I already died 4 times. No, please. No.
You better step on over to your bottom tower.
Oh, dude, I got him. Fucking bitches dive me, you fucking bitch. Huh? Fucking bitch dive me?
Why not?
The bottom tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Jesus Christ, this game is so action-packed, dude.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I go like the devil.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
To hell and back.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. What, not your job or
10
something?
minute runes. This guy has no mana, dude.
Prowling.
You got got one less middle tower now, by the way.
What the fuck?
Killing spree!
Oh man. This game is just a feed fest. I swear. Holy shit! Oh my god! You fucking kidding me? You fucking kidding me?
This time, I've brought hell back with me.
Holy shit, that fucker is alive, dude. I'm gonna go over there with a finger. Man, I don't know. Like, do we just like have a huge power spike in the mid game? Because I fucking hope so. Because this shit is out of control.
Where's the fight?
And I just warded here and it's gone already. What the?
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
A HUD, dude. I can't finger him.
Man, your bottom tower's gone.
Oh, that's Axe calling creeps.
Yes. Oh, hell yes. Forward.
Your top tower is under attack. You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Mega a couple of frags will probably stop that. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Pugna wants to kill top. Pugna wants to kill bottom.
Yes.
I don't have money, dude. Pugna wants to kill top. Oh god! Oh god, I don't want to go back and forth, dude.
Your bottom tower is
Oh god, I don't know what to do, dude. I don't know what to do.
your bottom tower is gone.
How can we even kill that guy?
Ooh, your bottom tower is kind of
Oh my god.
Here's the fight. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Decrepify again?
your middle tower is under
Decrepify again? Or I can just die? Oh god! Dude, this game, I don't know. I'm about to be just done with this game in a sec.
killing spree. Your top tower is
We
under
get outdrafted so hard. I'm gonna use his finger, dude.
top tower needs some help. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Come on! There we go!
Double kill. The top tower is under attack.
Report. Report Axe. Got some time to ward now. Over here.
Glowy thing. Nothing doing till that's done.
I think this guy actually legitimately tried in the beginning though. He doesn't deserve a report.
Hand it over. Where's the fight? To hell and back.
I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die.
Oh yes.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. They're gonna die with me, hopefully. Oh, Lich died.
To hell and back.
Get him! Got him.
Seem to be yes.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Yes.
Oh, there better be something important going on.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Uh-oh, you have ultimate? No, he doesn't. Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't come this way, please! Oh no, he knows! He knows! I'm dead!
Gates swing wide.
This is just one of those games, guys. I don't know, man. I mean, we're not that far behind, but
This is one of the things in the bad column.
oh, it's just I'm 0-8, man. It just doesn't feel good.
Top tower is under attack. Radiant fortified their structures.
And this guy's got a fucking relic, dude.
The top tower needs some help.
What else can they do?
The top tower has fallen.
Wraith King has Smithor Hammer. Well played.
Your top tower is under attack.
Prowling.
You'll be fine. Once that top tower don't fall. Yeah. I'll wait till
I don't know what to do, dude. What can I do?
Hey, look at you knocking down that bottom tower.
What the fuck? Seriously, that creep? Ah, fuck, my wand, dude. I need to suck more.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Finally. They took our tier 3 though.
Axe has gone 3 blinks. Why not? Onward.
Oh shit. Is this a comeback? Maybe soft comeback? Hi, Penguin.
Oh, hell yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Yes.
Runes.
More power. Why not?
Yoink. Easy rune.
Sustains. Gold remains.
Hey, also the other thing is, just because you can use the sound effect doesn't mean you should.
To hell and back.
Dominate! Own it! Mega kill! Killing spree! Own it!
Fuck off me.
Unstoppable!
Hey, bien, 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 bien.
To hell and back.
Oh man, we're coming back. Starting to feel a little bit better.
Onward. Why not?
Bring the dead. Oh, fuck me.
Yes. Oh yes. Prowling. Illusion. Yes. Oh, hell yes.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Lion's heart.
They have vision on their bottom shrine. D-ward top? Where? D-ward where? Where top? D-ward here?
Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine has fallen.
Ah, everywhere. Okay, let me get on that. No spamming, thanks, okay? Thanks. Holy shit. Let's goodbye to your mana. Oh, sucking dick for subscribers, right? You suck my dick, I'll suck your dick. Did I get anything wrong?
Attack! Invisibility!
Nah, who cares about making good videos? Just suck dick for subs.
Enemy's middle tower is no more. Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, I wasn't even the target. Jesus. This is a throw. Oh, this is a throw.
Why not? Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
To hell and back. Money changes hands.
Where the fuck is their ward?
Onward. Prowling. I glow like the devil.
Holy shit! Are you fucking serious? He's fighting them all by himself? Oh, he got the lich. Wow, look at this fucking man right here. Look at this man. Look at this fucking man. He's fucking going back in, are you serious?
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Chop!
You get nothing. I've been to hell and back to hell and back.
Hey, welcome back.
Hell's fury.
Get a divine rapier.
Oh, hell yes.
Hey Jaden, I know that you're suggesting like these super common good items on online, but like, you know, it's kind of like when someone tells you to wipe your ass after you take a shit. You know what I mean?
Battle rages. Yes. Verily.
Holy shit. Fuck, man! Can I just ward in peace?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. I guess they built on a fault line.
This game is actually so good. Like, it's so high action, you know?
Monster kill!
Oh shit, he can get out, he can get out. Like, will he? Nice, Soccer, you're by yourself. Never mind.
Whoa! Double kill!
God, dude.
Yes. To hell and back. Yes. Onward. Double strike. Why not? To hell. Forward.
Sucky, 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 sucky! Wait, where is he invisible? Holy fuck, this game is just so epic, dude. Uh oh, Tiny's gonna fucking throw me.
Dire structures are fortified. Your top barracks never did nothing to deserve it.
Oh, he missed.
Oh, hell yes. Yes. Why not?
I can't believe we're coming back into this game, dude. It felt so hopeless in the beginning, you know?
To hell and back. Growling.
What the fuck's going on? More people, dude.
Yes. Yes.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
Onward. Yes. Oh, hell yes. Has no grip on me.
Okay. They smoke, they smoke, they smoke! Smoke!
Why not? I glow like the devil. To hell and back.
Mega kill!
I said good day, sir.
Sucky, 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 double suck!
Devil. Silence.
Unstoppable!
Wah wah.
Growling. Yes.
Go ahead, replace that ward. I think we're actually winning this game now. Isn't that amazing, guys? Isn't Dota 2 such an amazing game? I don't even know what the fuck happened in the early game.
To hell and back. Onward. Why not?
I don't even know what the fuck happened.
Yes.
Invisibility.
Oh, hell yes.
So why aren't we doing Roshan again? Oh, he's gonna go ham.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen. It's set.
Serious? You're just gonna go in like this? Dude, we're gonna win this game. We're gonna win this game. We're gonna win this game.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
That's actually amazing. Dude, we're fucking winning this game. Wow, dude, just wow. I don't even know what to say.
Wave goodbye to the enemy's top barracks. Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah, Night Stalker, man, the fuck up. I know, right, man? I'm like, this game is fucking done. Oh my god, they're taking our fucking high ground at like 20 minutes, dude. We're fucking done here, man. We're fucking done. Yeah, I don't really know what happened. And this guy, he got Maelstrom and then he got Radiance, dude. Like, what? Why? I mean, why not finish Mjolnir? I don't really get it. Dota fucking 2, you know? Dota fucking 2.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
There you go, here, buy Blink Dagger. 500 plus viewers? Ah, well, do me that favor. Hit the like button for me if you enjoyed the game. Yeah, I just kept trying. I just felt hopeless in the beginning, but somehow we just keep running at them and they just die. Max, Loron, Demerida. Was it this? Wait a minute. He was the safe lane? No. So, the Wraith King, he was actually in the safe lane, but he was supposed to be the off lane player. And Night Stalker, who was supposed to be safe lane, was in the off lane. And this acts as support, and he's ranked 400. He's actually the best player on our team, actually in this game. Do the John Cena sound effect? Are any of the sound effects working? Here, John Cena. We gotta get. I just press Q and we have game ready. It's gotta be hard support. Oh, is that what happened, Lulu? I wasn't even paying attention. Okay, I'm gonna refresh this soundbot. Hold on.
Ban their best hero.
Okay.
Wait, kind of cheap. Yeah, and effective.
So in this game we have rank 600, rank 900, rank 500, rank 800. Should we stream snipe this guy? Night Stalker's a game with me? Nice. This guy has almost 9,000 commands. It's almost over 9,000. Wow. Jesus. This guy has 7,000 commands. And I got him pre-muted. Shit.
10 seconds. Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh? Your pick.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
where you win. Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Position 4 Enigma. Exciting. A jungle Enigma. Also exciting. Well, let's buy this and this and this. Hey Agdo, glad you're learning the support plays, bud. This guy's speaking Russian. Russian? Oh, Caudle is fucking annoying, dude. The good thing about Caudle, I mean, about Line, is that I don't have to channel anything, you know? It's not like Shadow Shaman where you're shackling someone and then you're stuck there. Line goes in and he goes out.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
And we're back. Dun 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 dun. Got a notification, but I don't know what it's all about.
You summon the demon witch.
Right. Oh, Global TV, thanks for subscribing. Try not to advertise here.
Real waste.
Foretold.
This guy's just speaking Russian, dude.
Bag. Verily.
Yo, Omni, I can give you another tango if you want.
Yes.
Just keep speaking Russian. You know, I'm gonna turn off the rain sound effects. I want more FPS. Oh shit, he's legit. Oh fuck, there's more than one of them. Where's the default?
To hell and back.
$30 to
That's my win rate of Lion. It's like I don't know, like 51 or 52. I'm very, very average.
What are we waiting for?
It's in the bag.
Do I have that taunt? I want that taunt.
Мне Магнуса ник нравится, пиздец. Прям мотивирует.
Let the battle begin! Whew. Okay, play your cards right. This dick can land on some streets.
Why not?
Here's Pudge's the core.
Yes.
You wanna skewer me? Go ahead, bud. Yeah, go ahead. Skewer me for what? Good job. He skewered me. And? This guy's got a wind lace, huh? Oh, might as well start it now.
Prowling. Oh, hell yes.
You know, Ursa's just gonna fucking... Yeah, you think I'm just gonna walk up that hill, bud?
To hell and back.
You think I fucking care, man? You're actually just straight up wasting your time, you know, man. And if you caught me, I could just spin TP at any moment. You think I'm just gonna go around that tree without vision? You fucking dumb sack of shit.
I go like the devil.
No, I'm gonna pull actually.
Yes.
Викура нужен мид?
Скоро понадобится.
The hell.
Okay, man.
Verily.
Easy lane.
Hell's fury. Burn.
Oops.
Onward.
Oh, yo, 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 yo. Oh, man.
Forward.
Fucking Pudge. Fat sack of shit.
Verily. This is ours. Why not? Where's the fight? Yes. Strike! After them! Yes.
You dead, Pudge?
First blood!
My claws are red with the gore of first blood. Prowling.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Onward. Forward.
I think I can actually pull again, right? Yeah, let's pull.
I go like the devil.
5, 6.
Grim. Sweet as to hell. Take back, lion. Oh, yes. Battle rages. Lionize me.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Can you fucking hit me, you stupid... Whatever.
Oh, hell yes. Yes. Onward. Your future is grim.
Bounty runes.
Will pay.
Yo, Pudge. You fat sack of shit.
Verily.
Go. Taking power.
I'm under attack.
Oh shit. No! I almost had stun.
The horn that gored you was precious.
Holy shit. Here comes the hook. Hook, hook, hook.
I don't fear hell. Hell fears me. Where's the fight?
Look at this. Look at this guy. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Oh.
Where's the fight?
Too deep, man.
Сейчас ты там гуляешь, блядь.
Oh, yes. Yes. I go like the devil.
225 for both my abilities.
Why not? Oh, hell yes.
Fuck. I'm gonna go ahead and pull this. Ember. Ember's coming. Ember. I don't have that much mana.
Yes.
Is that even real? Well, the only way to find out is if,
To hell and back. Forward.
I don't know what's going on here, dude.
I finally met yes.
Just want to take his farm.
I go like the devil. Why not? Onward.
Okay.
Prowling on. Verily.
Let's give this guy a ward.
Hell yes. Forward. Oh yes.
Holy fucking shit.
The top tower needs some help. You gotta
What is he saying? I don't understand. Stop speaking Russian.
Where's the fight?
Coddle's down here.
To hell and back.
Пуш миду у тебя.
Ow.
Yes.
Do you see? He plays what?
Verily.
Okay. Yo, man, my notifications just are not showing up, dude.
Sentry, bro, divide.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
That devil to pay.
Boom, thanks for subscribing.
Onward.
This is a terrible ward, huh?
Why not? Oh, hell yes. To hell.
10-minute runes.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
Okay.
Best thing about the enemy's
What
top
the
tower
fuck?
is it's gone.
I was gonna put down some words for you, bud.
I was meant to have this.
Holy shit.
B?
Double kill.
У меня герой не несет, пойми.
Tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Oh, found the word. See? English only.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
Yes.
We need words, sorry. Why is there like a sound of a dying horse?
Oh, yes. Forward.
Я вот думаю, через Видас идти или все-таки
This is really hard camp to stack.
через Блин?
Fight.
Просто если
Нахуй, иди через блин. Через блин и это
Yes.
называется.
Radiant
Нахуй, баш.
fortified structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, hell
Что
yes.
Энигма есть?
To hell and back. To hell with you.
You fucking piece of shit! My one money!
Why not?
Hi, Voltric. It doesn't matter if you don't speak English, you still have to speak English. That's it, man.
Forward.
Nice and simple.
Verily.
Oh, hey, award. Why not use Tango to the award? Because I'm a fucking idiot.
Yes.
That's the truth.
Yes.
If I could go back in time and slowly find the perfect fucking solution to this. You know what? Cardinal just came out of nowhere and right-clicked my shit. I just didn't expect that.
Can we get some bodies mid and we can take this tower pretty easily?
I just didn't expect it, guys.
Can't go as two, man, I mean.
Just didn't expect it.
Не играй глубоко только, пожалуйста. Этого дурачка победить, блядь.
So we tell this guy that he has to speak English only, and then he just doesn't.
Why you... Okay, never mind. Let's go.
Мы сейчас можем давить, они все проебали. Например, they have RP.
Prowling.
Kind of funny.
Oh yes.
Dire structures are fortified.
I don't know if I want to dive that, dude. Kind of scary to dive, dude.
Why not?
English only. English only. English only. Fuck, come on, fucking TP, dude. Yeah, for there to be smart people, there have to be idiots, right?
Look, the enemy's attacking.
Он не
Don't
take.
let him do that.
Come, let Omni take.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Regeneration. Prowling. Yes.
I didn't put that word there.
I go like the devil. To hell and back. Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I've got him.
Why does Blue always like? Why does Blue always play support? Because he likes it.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. What, not your job or something?
I play support because I like
If your mid
support.
tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Line. Which combo is better, Blue Miranda? Line slash Miranda.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. You and a couple of friends would probably stop that. Your middle tower is under
Okay.
attack.
Man, I should have started sucking him earlier.
Fresh meat.
No blinky for you.
Sorceries of air. Verily.
Thanks, June. Glad you like the lane.
Why not? Yes.
So we had ward here, and that was de-warded, I believe.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. Roshan's dead. Man, him and that ain't.
Понимаю, у нас Леон вообще ебать болен, блядь, как ты...
They have vision here,
Your bottom
Where?
tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important. Your bottom tower has fallen.
I don't want to fucking run in so deep and die, man. Jesus fucking Christ. Whiny
Не
ass
больно под
bitches.
свистами под Магнусом.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Ooh, your bottom tower is
I don't have mana, dude.
bad. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Слышите, я пошел ТП, я ТП сейчас на вход.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower.
Oh my god, I don't want to die.
Fear not heresy. Oh yes. Verily.
From your blink, Enigma, blink.
Oh. I'm fucking dead, dude.
Будем эту игру, скорее всего, с такими темпами.
Lot better Mirana Lion / Mirana Shadow Demon. I don't know why you think Shaman. Actually, it doesn't matter, athlete. They're pretty much the same thing, man. What type of games does plus 200 damage talent good on Lion? Okay. Hey man, like, actually I have like a paragraph that you can read. But basically, I would get plus 200 damage on Lion if I knew that I was gonna get eggs pretty early and we had Magnus or Enigma or some other, you know, Dark Seer vacuum kind of shit. Does that make sense? Or if I was core Lion. But you're trying to look for these black and white answers that do not exist.
Why not?
Can you come, please? You
Okay.
are all the sun we have.
Okay.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
I hope I don't get hooked.
Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap.
Can I fucking put it down, please? You're the only stun we have? What about, well, this Malefice?
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Башра, нет?
I'm so fucking dead.
Подойти, можем попиздиться на беда, уже не можем.
Uh-oh. You can save him, right? Blink Astro? Nope.
Преимущественный уебок.
Your middle tower has fallen. Who said that tower could fall?
Keeper of the Light is inspired by TNC? The fuck? How did you even arrive at that conclusion?
Why not?
Keeper of the Light was inspired by my balls.
Oh, hell yes.
You even watching your top tower?
Oh, this guy's name dash is inspired by TNC. Is that what you're saying?
Your top tower is under attack.
Ursa.
Yes. Oh, hell yes. Yes.
КБ, я сильный пиздец сейчас.
Аж по карте возят, бля.
Oh, I think I know what he's trying to say. So TNC did really well with Coddle, right?
You done good.
And so therefore anyone who plays Coddle must be inspired by TNC.
Hand it over.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be.
Is that what you're saying, Farah?
This is one of the things in the bad column.
You know those two elements might not even be related at all, right? Maybe they're completely unrelated. Oh shit.
Shine, you shine. You shine, don't need to use them.
What the fuck? I'm just gonna die, dude. I'm just gonna die to this fucking illusion, dude. Cuddle has been a meta 5 for a while. Yeah, like you can't really equate those two things, right? Like this guy picked Ursa because I scratched my balls this morning. It's gotta be it.
I doubt your kindle.
Your top tower is under attack. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
Mana.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, he's got a Scotty.
Are fortified.
I cannot run from this guy at all.
Top tower needs some help.
Oh. I really want Blink Dagger, man. Oh god. See, that's anti-mage right there. Just fucking waste your time. Good thing I'll have this Blink Dagger in like a few seconds.
Back.
Unstoppable!
Power pours into me.
Попробуй дадир аут, попробуй.
Money changes hands.
Should I go directly to my teammates or grab this rune first?
Yes.
Я не успел посмотреть, в какую я сторону смотрел.
Might just die, dude.
Так и заебись, хуля.
Dun 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 dun.
Сдохнуть good.
Hey, I got 4 runes.
Verily.
Your middle tower's
Thought
under
you did.
attack.
I don't know, but I got 4 runes, so you know.
Не сдохнуть.
Squeeze on you.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Howling.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Where'd that guy go? Like he just makes that comment and then just poof, disappears.
Osh, we need to.
I'm curious.
Oh hell yes.
You guys can lose.
Top tower needs some help.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, 24. So there's like a 70% chance it's up then.
They have vision here.
Okay.
Why not? Punch your ticket. To hell and back.
It's not up. There's a 70% chance it's up, and it wasn't up. That's amazing. Actually, amazing.
Sentry here.
Don't worry, man. I got this. Coddle is popularized by TNC. See, that's what I'm saying, man. You can't really equate that. Maybe that guy, maybe this Coddle, maybe Coddle on, holy shit. Maybe he's been playing Coddle for like 6 years already.
Кола нет.
Or 10 years. And you'll never know. But you think it's because of TNC? You know why? You love TNC.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh fuck, he's got a BKB.
The bottom tower is under attack. No shot has fallen to the Raven. I'm under attack. The bottom tower just took a judgment. The bottom barracks are under attack. Killing spree.
Fuck, man.
Bottom barracks need help. They'll do something if you know.
Holy shit, he act. Oh my. Oh god. Yeah, no kidding. Found the Pinoy, right? I want to go back in. Oh wow, dude. Fucking anti-mage.
Бабочка, да, у него?
No sorceries avail.
You get sick.
Wow, anti-mage teams, dude.
Why not?
Nothing has ever been the same since Varun left us. He's actually been here every day. You know that, man. No, he watches the stream every day and he comments.
Yes.
What? That just expired?
Forward. Yes. I go like the devil.
I'm coming.
Эту хуйню, пожалуйста.
All wands will break.
I don't mind, he's fucking useless.
Monster killing spree.
What the fuck? That barely did any damage.
Yes.
Fuck, man. Shit. Oh, Jesus. You know, this anti-mage
Radiant structures are
must have been inspired by, RTC, yep. RTC plays good anti-mage, and this anti-mage is annoying. So therefore... Ah, anti-mage games.
The middle tower is under attack.
Побегу.
Есть.
He doesn't give a shit, dude. Fucking got an arcane ring, dude. Oh god. Where's the other guy?
Я не знаю, мы, конечно, мы с моим будем.
Без байбека умер.
Заебись, погнали, что-то сделаем, я хуй знает. Меня пиздец, я ему не
пушмит.
сделаю.
Why not?
У тебя сыр, да?
Verily.
Oh, the fucking Aegis timer, dude.
Давай.
Can't even remember.
Anti-match Zaur Junk. Попробуем его?
Oh, hell yes.
Не знаю, можно, конечно, попробовать. Но у меня хекс очень есть.
Yes.
I don't have fucking...
Поймаю здесь.
I don't have fucking TP scroll, dude. I'm just gonna run over there.
Why not? Here's all you need of hell.
He's so fucking tanky, dude.
The fight.
Ugh.
знает.
Начинай. Ай.
Возьми себе.
There we go.
МКБ соберу, хуй знает.
I want TP to catch anti-mage.
Yeah, I would love to fucking kill that guy, honestly.
Onward. To hell and back.
Надо Эма на ошибки.
Your top tower is under attack.
Forward.
Hit me, don't fight, don't fight.
Don't worry, I'll suck these illusions good. No Yali, thanks for subscribing. I'm in an intense game, you know. Focusing on this real hard.
У меня один первый баш, блядь, я его просто взорву, блядь. С МКБ тем.
МКБ заебись.
Oh boy.
Call, use my call, what the fuck?
Fear nothing.
They have vision somewhere here.
Там еще в инвизе идет Эмбер. Эмбер в инвизе идет.
Yeah.
Слушай, у тебя бэйбэка нет. Никого не видно.
Yes.
Wicked sick! Double kill!
Oh Jesus.
Ты успел, блядь. Эмбер пойдет.
To hell and back.
Oops. Oh my god, he missed.
Смотри, ебаный рот. Я иду.
Talking about! Double kill!
I'm in your debt.
Dude, they're oh god, fucking playing cat and mouse all day. Can't move their troops, so they speak fucking Russian.
Bottom shrine is under attack!
Скоро до МКБ.
MKB? You did.
Monster kill! Your middle power is
I can get my fucking item now.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Where the fucking guy go?
Verily.
God, catching this goddamn anti-mage is so hard, dude.
С бэйбэк, короче. Не начали, хуй.
Yes.
Энигму можно забайтить.
Ugh, fucking anti-mage.
Yes.
А у них вижен агрессивно, они... А им играет под виженом. Строго.
I go like the devil.
Mega kill!
Yes.
Иди, антимеч.
Ебал на антимаге своему Бостону, блядь.
Prowling. Why not?
God, dude, fucking so hard, man.
Haste!
Can you play some music?
Prowling.
Quand он, блядь, везде все видит, он меня здесь видит.
Oh shit! Yes! Oh, fucking image though, dude. Ah, God. Fuck. God, man, it's fucking goddamn anti-mage.
Там ебать, блядь,
Ульта
там...
котла есть?
Не, нахуй, да, там есть... No, they can def easily. Go take shrine.
Он себя деф, меня не будет с вами.
Uh-oh, that's really bad. This is not a good fight. Oh, that's a throw. This whole thing is a throw. Auto counter spell? You think so? I think he just plays a lot of anti-mage.
Сейчас он сдохнет, да.
Time to take matters. Oh, hell yes.
Oh man.
They rush.
Dude, this we may have lost. Like this play right here might have been game losing. That's 2 anti-mages, dude. 2 anti-mages.
To hell and back, hells yes. Money changes hands. I go like
And over here we have the middle tower. Not being there no more.
Might be a final battle, guys. By 2 anti-mages. Fucking stunned for years. That's game. Be right back. 1 minute. Going to the bathroom. Fucking anti-mage.
О, у нас просто...
Tower's under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle
Просто уебан на Леоне, я не знаю, он бесполезный нам.
barracks has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. That's it, Lion! Finally! I'll keep that page on! I'm out of here.
no!
Ah, damn it. Thanks, guys. I'm back. I missed the blame game. Whatever, new game goes. GG guys, GG. Need 325 AoE hex fast? Are you kidding me, man? Do you know what level I was? I'm not even level 20. Look, I'm level 18. Yeah, hold on while I just jump up 7 levels. Leth farm anti-mage not in kill. What? You have some grammar problems. Anti-mage is your favorite hero? Light hole versus black hole. John Cena, I cannot see you. Why would you try to use the sound effect? Because you cannot see me? What? Here's can't do much late game. Yeah, that's right. Hello, Michael from Japan. And by the way, that Paul guy, he's been... Yeah, I actually debated banning him before. He's been a piece of shit before. I think that's long coming. And Young, I don't think we need a counter pick to anti-mage. We actually have good counters to anti-mage. We just needed to outplay him. Like, OD does really well against anti-mage because he does pure damage. Ursa kills anti-mage easily. We have black hole for anti-mage. He can't do anything about that. I am good against anti-mage, so it's not even that we don't have counters to anti-mage. He's just really fucking good. And it looks like he was just a smurf from the beginning anyways. A smurf who is ranked 500. So that probably means he's at least a 7k or 8k player. Like, his fucking finger was always ready to press the spell shield, dude. The moment you even get close to him, spell shield. Or he's hacking. I don't know, man. Nah, I don't think there's a good hack for that. Anyways, we just needed to catch him, you know, like catch him together, right? Like we're with 3 of us, you know. That's the problem, anti-mage, right? Late game anti-mage, he's just so hard to kill. Running around, wasting our time. Uh-oh, I see a lot of ancients. Oh god. Oh my god! My teammates, guys, are 4 ancients! Oh my god. Oh, they're not even divine, dude. Why? In the matchmaking update, we're gonna make a less emphasis for supports to be the highest MMR. Yeah, we don't think. Yeah. Oh god. Maybe they're really good. That has nothing to do with anything. If they're really good, then they would be immortal. And if you don't think that MMR is a good representation of skill, let me ask you a question. What is the best representation of skill?
What? Huh?
If you can answer that with a really good answer, then we'll listen to you. And by the way, thousands of people have tried to answer this question and no one can give a good answer.
5 seconds left. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Yeah, go ahead. If MMR is just a number, give me a better number that indicates skill. Go ahead. What is the best metric to evaluate skill? That's the question. I mean, even if they weren't ancient, right? Let's just use a different metal, okay? Hi, JT. So let's say that they're not ancient, right? Let's say that they're Crusader, right? Even though I'm Crusader, I'm actually really good, and MMR is just a number. I'm Crusader, but MMR is just a number. You know? Like, okay. Let's think about this for a second. The people who play at TI who actually make money playing Dota 2 because they're so fucking good, are any of them Crusaders or Ancients? or Archon, or even Divine. There's no Divines in fucking TI. It's almost as if like all the medals are like, you know, they're only immortals. Isn't that funny, right?
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Number of TIs won. Well, you know, I mean, that's not a bad metric, New. I think it's a team-based kind of thing at that level. He random Pugna? I think this game should not count, right? Wait, what? Dude, what the fuck is going on? Like, how can he random and this game still go through? Yeah, I think this game just doesn't count, guys. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep another game. So it was Roshan and Farah who said that. Okay. So best metric for skill. Even if Abed has 10k MMR, he never won 2 TI. That doesn't mean that MMR is not a good metric for skill, you know? Hope they don't pause. Maybe we should pause. No, they would just unpause it right away. We can't do anything about that. Okay, maybe we can get first blood of this Miranda.
The bones are thrown.
Can you name any divines, ancients, archons, etc. who are in a competitive Dota 2 team that actually makes money? You don't know? You don't play Dota? Then why the fuck do you talk? Oh my god, this fucking guy just keeps talking about shit he doesn't know, but I don't understand how like people who they don't know anything about a subject but they just keep talking about it. Damn, dude. Who's pausing? Lena paused. Yeah, and you know you're right on the money, Vinny. That it's that, you know. Jesus Christ.
Of course.
Remember, I said competitive Dota 2 team. Competitive Dota 2 team. You make money in Dota 2 by selling skins, but you're not part of a competitive Dota 2. Can you just read the fucking question? It's okay, Roshan.
Granted.
Hey, Miranda?
As the shades direct.
Kill TB.
All the marbles. Marbles weren't all about First blood!
Lena can keep chasing Witch Doctor and she would die. No stats will be recorded. Okay, this game's over. New game. 5594 MMR. Yeah, anyways, Farah. MMR is an excellent indicator of skill. That's why you don't see any Divines, Ancients, Legends, Archons, Crusaders, Guardians, Heralds at TI. Everyone at TI is like, I think the average MMR at TI is like what, 8k something? Yeah, it's like 8k. Like you don't see any 5ks at TI. I think you might not even see any 6ks. Maybe there might be like 1 6k or 2 6k players, right? But yeah, you know, you don't see any like you don't see those low medals at TI. I think so. Dindy popularized that the expression, right? MMR is just a number. You know what he actually means by that? When he said that, it's not even that he's saying that MMR is not representational to skill. That's not what he's saying. He's saying, guys, have fun playing the game. Don't worry about your MMR because it doesn't matter what your MMR is. You just have fun playing the game. Just play the game. So he's just saying like, you know, you don't have to be anal like, oh, I feel like a piece of shit if I'm only 2K. You know, that's not what he's saying. You know, a lot of people feel that way, but it's about just having fun playing the game. But on a competitive Dota 2 level, if you want to reach the top and make money, be famous, rich, you gotta have the MMR. Have you played Meepo? Have I ever played Meepo ever in my entire life? Nah. About time for one of the screen streaks. I'm trying snail poop. Okay, we got a new game. Oh, nice! I'm not surrounded by agents. We got a rank 300 here.
Ban someone.
This is the axe, rank 500 axe, wasn't it? Oh, no. I am playing hard sport. Okay. Bloodseeker and Ricky have been banned.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
He wants to play. Oh, okay.
Your pick
So
now.
we actually
Make
don't
up.
have any stuns.
What? Huh?
Alright, I can play Shadow Shaman. Divine 3 support. Morty. Does the Disruptor make a better 5? Whatever, man. So, Young, how goes the real estate business? That sounded Spanish. His name looks Spanish. Pensando en voz alta.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Oh, Sand King. I'm gonna have to buy more sentries now. Thinking out loud. Like the Ed Sheeran song? You came across a good combo to counter Jug. Let's hear it, Vineet. That was a good pronunciation. Are you serious? Pro. My Spanish.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Yules into Disruptor ulti. Why are we talking Bahasa garbage? Yules into Disruptor. That makes a lot of sense, Vinny. Not bad, man. Be an agent is hard, but our apartment runs really well ever since you came. Ever since I came? What did I do? I mean, I didn't tell that many people that I stayed at your apartment. I mean, maybe I had nothing to do with it. Maybe that was just the starting point. That I had nothing to do with.
Okay.
What's a
your pick
Bahasa?
now.
That's
You
the
know
name
what
of
to
a
do.
language. Support MMR 5.6k. If a hero has Radiance and Diffusal, then does Radiance burn mana too? Oh. No, man. These are mid. I mean, Using the very same logic, you might as well say if a hero has Radiance and then he has Basher at the same time, right? Do you think that his Radiance would just fucking bash people? Because it's a weapon effect, right?
I am the medium between the worlds. Yes.
Prepare for a lesson. Prepare for a lesson.
Fortune and glory await.
The bag in flames.
As you wish.
Actually, I'm gonna go top for maybe first blood real quick. There you go. My frames per second seem better. I believe some people bring luck, but maybe you don't, and it was a coincidence. Oh, you think I'm your lucky charm? If I'm your lucky charm, next time I go there, you should buy me dinner.
The spirit moves me.
Ember, 2 rapiers. Why only 2?
Yes. You are heard.
30 seconds to battle. First blood.
Sorry, did you want to go through there, bud?
A flash of inspiration.
Yeah, but you can hold more than one sword with each hand, right? It's kind of like chopsticks. You can hold 2 chopsticks with one hand, right? Starting MMR 4.3k. C.
I always wanted to see an
Rulo, creo que es entría. Déjame el Rulo, Calamaro.
Come over there.
Tú baja cuando esté nivel 2, por favor.
C.
Not yet.
Oh, Crystal Maiden saw me, I think, unless you... Yeah, no, she saw me. I run slowly faster than you do.
So say the spirit. Yes. The spirit moves me. Of course. I hear. As you wish. Down you go. Mosso Atticano.
Fuck, he hit me. Motherfucker.
I accept.
That was complete waste of a shackle. It just... There's no follow-up. It did nothing, basically.
Beat you like a drum.
Denied.
My shade sent me strength. As it please you. Shades, guide me.
I'm gonna stack this.
Granted. Yes. For the ancestors.
No. Well, now I don't, I'm back to full HP again. This. Where's Tangos?
The spirit moves me.
Oh, shit! Bitch! You think I'm fucking scared of your right clicks?
I accept your guidance.
Get off my lawn! Denied.
Shade, guide me. Granted.
Where's Skyra? Oh, Skyra's over there. Okay. Well, now we know he's not over here. Ah, mana, dude. You know, I should go do the same thing Skyra just did. Yeah, let's go do the same thing. What the? Oh. Oh shit, I don't have TP scroll.
As you wish.
No! Oh.
Restore me to the world.
It was just ass.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
I accept.
From blaze to inferno.
You are heard.
Oh no, I was gonna steal it.
You wish. Jade, guide me.
Am I gonna die trying to grab these runes, kiss? Am I gonna die, mommy? They're here.
I accept your guidance.
Haha. Haha.
I go.
What the fuck? What? I can't even use my fucking Q. Oh, buddy! Wow.
Spirit returns to flesh. And the same direction.
Oh god, I wish I had boots. I wish I wasn't a turtle.
To your fortune. I hear and obey. The spirit moves me.
Fucking die! Yes! Yes!
This is one of the things in the bad cop.
Spirit guide. I hear. If I call for you.
Ember strength.
Yes! I'm mana, dude.
I'm under attack.
I'm dead. Never are gonna leave me.
Shadow.
Put down sentry for nothing. Soundbot stop fucking working. Ah, god damn it! Why do I have to keep turning it on and off again? Okay. And by this, and this,
Does it please you?
and this, and this.
So say the spirit. Yes.
Okay. Better you than me.
Killing spree!
So say the spirit.
Fucking Skyra's back already.
Hear and obey.
There you go. Works. Dude, I put a... Oh, that's dewarded.
As the shades direct.
Oh, please.
guidance. You are heard.
Oh my fucking god, come the fuck on. We waste. This guy might. Okay.
For the ancestors. Of course. I go. Curtain.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Oh yeah, I have mana boots now.
You are heard. I accept. As it please you.
This game is very. Oh shit. Dude, I don't have mana! Oh my. Can I even do anything to save him? He's fucking dead, dude.
Shades, guide me.
Is he alive? He's alive! Wow. How?
So say the spirit.
What the fuck?
The spirit moves me.
He's still just there. I don't have sentry. Wait for me.
I go. I hear and obey. I accept your guidance.
I need more sentries. Oh, this guy's got dust.
Dominate!
What? 344. Wait.
Daesh putting up a
Thank you, thank you.
For a lesson.
I hear and obey.
Sure, I was just like at a bottom.
So say the spirit.
double kill! The enemy's middle tower.
Have some mana,
is
friends.
falling. The top tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there!
I accept. I hear.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
As you wish. I go. As it please you. The spirit moves me.
Your middle tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
I hear and obey.
Oh, is this guy okay?
The enemy's top tower is falling.
I hear. You are heard.
Can't tell if we're winning or not. It's like 12-12. Oh, I think that void's on me.
Behold, a subtle bird.
Go. Back on.
Just joking.
Divine form for you. Attack! So say the spirit.
Just joking. Just joking.
The spirit moves me.
Double kill. Killing spree.
Just joking. JK, bro. Dude, I don't know what just happened.
As you wish.
Oh man, I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. He's gonna fucking crit us! Ah! No. Get him, Ember. Get him. Oh my god. Oh, there. Oh, yes. Yo, I actually have enough for my ether lens now. Great. Oh yeah.
A tool to teach.
Thank you for the respect. This is another one of those exciting games, you know? When people just keep dying and dying. Yo, man, I'm out of here. I'm just gonna shove out bottom of it real quick. Too much,
Get out there.
much action.
This sustains, gold remains.
Yeah.
Fortunes change. Granted. Shades, guide me. I hear. Strike. As it pleases.
Oh, whoa. Fun places here.
Granted. You are heard.
Who was the first hero you played in Dota 2? I don't know, man. It's been like over 10 years, you know?
Of course.
Can't remember that shit.
The spirit moves me. As you wish.
Fuck, I'm so slow.
I hear and obey. Shades, guide me.
Guys doing that glowy thing.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Do it till that's
No way, right? Oh, dude, these guys are so screwed. Look at it. Look how screwed they are. Oh, second sentry. Ah, the Chronosphere. You want to use Chronosphere, bro? You want to use Chronosphere? Oh, Jesus. Well, I'm just gonna walk away from this, I believe. Si, senor. Si. Second sentry. Apparently server's offline, guys, but I don't know anything about that. I just played Dota 2.
I hear and obey. Granted.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, fuck me. I think I'm dead. Yeah, I'm actually fucking dead.
Killing spree.
Am I able to understand him, Raj? Si. Si, senor. Taco. Don't worry, don't worry, Sebastian. He said tacos are delicious foods.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
And that they are.
Ooh,
I want a fucking taco.
kind of bad.
My mission is to take that ward. Is there a ward over here? Was there? Hodifus? Did you see something? Was there a ward?
Tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
A lot of these. Where is it? Is it here? Is it like right here?
Tower's gone. Done good.
I don't. If there's a sentry, I don't care if there's a sentry. I'm not gonna deward a sentry, but if there is an observer, okay. You guys are all saying yes, and I'm just gonna assume that you're not trolling me. Now it's such a bad time to. Oh god, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared, guys. I'm so scared. Mommy. Oh god. Oh god, I'm about to die. I'm gonna die. Yoink! Ah! There's a Leshrac over there. We didn't. Oh shit! Oh shit! Did you like how he stunned left and I ran right? Oh boy. Where is it? You guys told me there's a ward. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die. Where? Where is it?
Trying to knock down.
Ah! Good job, team.
Hey, look at you.
Good job, everyone. Fantastic work. Fantastic.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Cheater? How did I cheat? I just used the power of the internet to... What's that word when you just use the power of the internet? Crowdsource, making Dota 2 easier.
Your top tower has fallen. Ah, I don't even knock down your top tower.
What the? I think I'm dead, guys. Never mind.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Is there somebody here? Oh fuck. I actually did not even notice. This guy's so fucking angry at me. You wanna come over here and kill me? You wanna finish me off, Sand King? You fuck. Ah shit! Oh! Bump, 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 bump. Can't touch this. Cheater, man. Report me. Just report me. Do it. That fucking sinking. He knew he was kind of screwed. Like, he was so deep, man.
Just do it.
Uh-oh. Somebody's about to die.
I accept.
Be ensnared in fire.
Accept your guidance.
Oh, no, 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 no! Oh. Why go in? I'm gonna cheat again, guys. Tell me where all the wards are. Oh shit. Where's this BKB? 23 minutes.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Your middle tower is
This guy's not gonna BKB?
Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh, well, I mean, he's got a hood. I don't know. I think he kind of needs BKB.
Ecstatic return. Of course. As you wish. I go. As the shades direct.
25-minute runes. Holy fucking shit.
I accept.
Okay, I might be able to catch Leshrac over here. Oh.
Killing spree.
Shades guide me.
Sustains, good remains.
I accept.
Ember doesn't have buyback.
Yes.
Oh no, they're not doing it. Yeah.
The spirit moves me.
Need BKB on Terra. Yeah, they do.
Yes.
You'll be fine, as long as that top tower don't fall. Oh wait, it's already gone.
So say the spirit.
Oh, yeah.
I hear. I hear and obey.
Oh. Alright. Guys, see any words? What ward? Oh, there might be a ward. Oh shit, my sentry's not very good. It doesn't cover the very edges.
You are heard.
Roshan has fallen to the radiant.
The spirits. The spirit moves me. Ah,
Yo, I'm hella deep.
I accept. Yes. Shade, guide me.
Fuck, my range creep.
I accept your guidance. As the shades direct. Yes. I hear. I call for you. Surrounded. I
Killing
Nice, man.
spree. Double kill.
Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Dude, we'll fucking go on the Aegis guy? Seriously?
Structures are fortified. Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust.
I hear. Go.
Oh yeah.
Enemy's middle
What the?
tower is no more.
And the same direct. I hear and obey.
Oh, Void's almost back.
Yes.
Dude, this guy's so screwed. Not the mana, dude. Not mana, dude. I don't have any mana at all. Oh shit.
Down into the deep freeze.
Oh what? Oh no. Oh dude, we just threw the game. And we only got a range track.
A gift from the Tempest of Battle.
Carlos Leon, thanks for subscribing. Alright, I have 2,000 gold. And I can't even buy any. Oh shit. He's dead.
Wait, what? I'm dead?
What item should I get, guys? I think I might get Blink Dagger, dude. I think I'll be so deadly if I have Blink Dagger. Yeah, I'm thinking of Blink. Fuck my team. I want the instant initiation capabilities. And fuck buyback.
As it please you. I go.
Divine Rapier?
One, let's go.
Can I have Blink Dagger money, bud? Oh shit, this is bad.
Nature's blasted.
Oh fuck, none of these have buyback. Oh, he's going for the void, that's not good. And then no detection. Really not good. Oh my god, this is a total disaster.
Killing spree. Double killing.
I think Force Staff is better than Blink now. It's just different. Force Staff you can save teammates, you can kind of initiate well, but Blink Staff you just have more initiation power.
Gone. Your bottom tower is under attack. What, not your job or something?
we just get one rack?
Your bottom tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Bad news about your bottom barracks. Hope you don't pay for lessons or nothing.
Nah, I think we sack one rack. It's fine. In fact, they might be leaving right now.
As the shades direct. So say the spirits. Yes. As you wish.
33:55 was the earliest, wasn't it?
I accept your guidance.
Oh, fucking missing, dude.
You are heard. Shades, guide me.
You should be scared.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
I hear and obey. I hear.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
As the shades direct.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
No, we're pretty split up right now.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
I go.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Yes. I accept your guidance. Guide to the spirit. I'll go.
Just get a gem? You get a fucking gem.
Shades, guide me.
I'm scared, dude.
I hear and obey.
Yeah. Oh, you're dead, bud. 5 for 1! Yeah! Oh. Ember has eggs now, right? Yeah, it's just about to have it.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Your middle tower's under attack. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Don't worry, guys. I'll defend this.
Not being there no more. Enemy's bottom barracks just took a dive.
True form.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
As you wish. I hear.
Okay. Not a Ward Roshan. I think they have vision on this side somewhere.
You are heard. I accept. The spirit moves me. I accept. Yes.
A tool to teach.
As the same direction.
I'm fucking dead again, man.
I do in her name.
Oh shit, that boy, dude. Oh shit, is that GG? Is that GG? Oh shit. That's GG. That's GG, I think. Oh shit. Oh my god. You want me to shackle? Do you know how many things are trying to kill me? Yo, just shackle, bro. Easy win, just shackle. Yeah, I fucking bet.
Top shrine is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your mid tower could talk. It'd be pretty manageable. Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh boy. Am I dead? Pharaoh's dead. I'm dead.
Think of it as a new
Middle barracks are looking shaky. If you wanted your middle barracks to not fall, you're doing it wrong. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Oh god. Oh god. Where's Night Stalker? BKB.
Killing spree. Double kill. Under attack.
Ah, fuck!
Your middle tower is under attack. Unstoppable.
Unless you're better than Immortal. That makes you worse than me.
Radiant is under attack.
Ah, shit.
They've done it.
Ah, damn it, guys. Oh god. That was a really good game, though. It's really back and forth. Yeah, oh my god. It was actually such an even game. 40 minutes. Very intense. Oh well. New game. We're 5-5-7-3 now. I don't know why I can find a match, guys. To be honest with you, I don't even care if I can find a match or not. I don't know if I can play, but we're gonna find out. I'm trying. Why did I lose? There's probably like hundreds of reasons why I lost, dude. Maybe Night Stalker didn't press BKB half second too soon. Maybe Gyrocopter shouldn't have ran in the last second there. Maybe I should have used Shackle in that fight. Who fucking knows, man? Maybe we didn't have enough words. Maybe we should have smoked earlier. Maybe we lost because our throne hit 0 HP. Yeah, basically this paragraph here, Jason. Anyways, in the game of Dota 2, you can think about it this way. Unless you're Miracle or fucking Anna or No Tail or something like that, every single minute of Dota 2, each of those 10 players in that game of Dota 2 is making these little mistakes over and over again. Maybe you should have TP'd half a second earlier. Maybe you should have stacked there, but you forgot to stack. Maybe your item is wrong. Anyways, new game. Alright, we have rank 200, we have rank 300, we have 900, rank 175, rank 200, and 2 rank 600s. How am I able to find a game? Hey man, I'm not the developers, and I'm not Gaben, and I'm not Valve. I don't know how to answer your question. I just press Q, and then I have game. There isn't some kind of sinister reason behind this shit. Fucking Blue Spec, I played Dota 2. Sometimes I get those kind of questions. It's like, hey, Bluespan, why do you look like an Asian person? I look like an Asian because my parents are Asian and they were born in Asia.
5 seconds left.
Rank 100, rank 200, rank 500, rank 4. Oh, level 25 IO. Rank 600. Wait a minute. It seems they have a better team. They have a rank 100 and rank 200, and our two best players is a 400 and a 600. Oh fuck, time to leave. First pick Undying. Oh. I think some people have fallen for this before.
Your pick now. Meepo. What?
Chew?
Huh?
He used to be on my friends list, or maybe not. I mean, that was a different guy. Yo, man. Hey, Revant. Do you see that I'm playing hard support? Do you want me to play hard support Ursa? Hard support Ursa?
This is where you win or lose. Seconds.
Oh man, I don't know, dude.
Pick Leech with Void, maybe.
Sure, man. Donation requests required. I mean, your request required donation, guys. Lich. How's that funny? Why is $5 funny?
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Yeah, no, he's gonna be like, in my country, that is way too much money. That is too expensive for me. No, that's fucking bullshit. I'm never gonna pay $5. Yeah, we get it, man. I live in Canada, though. You can make $5 at McDonald's in 20 minutes. At McDonald's. TA. They might pick LC last pick. Why do you think the LC is a good pick here? Honest question. I'm not saying that it's a bad pick, but why do you think that the LC pick is the last pick? By the way, you were wrong. I know you're saying, but there's got to be some logic or rationale or reasons why you think that the things that you think, right? Herald Brain. I mean, Heralds have reason too. Glad you like the stream, awesome guy. Unsubbed, not funny. What wasn't funny? If I want to request lick, but you has pick it first, should I pay? Yeah, you gotta pay first, and then I play your hero.
It's in the
Let's go like this.
From miles away. It's an open secret, obvious to all, that this one is in the bag.
And also, did I even talk to you, GM? You're in way more than I do. Do you even know how much money I make? Wow, now we're just gonna jump to conclusions, huh?
Yes.
And I'm the one being arrogant, but you're the one who says that you make way more money than me?
Going.
Okay, man. That's a smart one.
You go top.
So the guy who was like $5, haha, $5? He wasn't the one being arrogant? Oh man, I gotta tell you. You're not looking very good on the stream.
Use first spell.
I saw that ending from miles away.
First blood!
Go! Take it, you shit!
This ice ain't nice. Yes.
Yeah, that was a pretty good play by me. You know, I'm just gonna go back. Or am I?
Hate life.
Making assumptions about my fucking salary? Also, sorry if you got hurt. That means like I didn't do anything wrong. I'm sorry you got offended. Okay, guys. Classy. I'm sorry you got offended. Okay. Got it. You can tell who's not my favorite people in the stream, guys.
A chill wind. Feel the freeze. Dead man drifting. Yes. Adrift. Agreed.
I'm calm, man. No, I'm just laying down the law.
Cold front coming.
Oh, I'm fine. Just play my game. Oh, you have word over here, do you? So he has a word like right here.
Quickly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go back to base.
Double damage.
Agreed. Adrift.
Let's buy one of these. More of these. Maybe a magic stick.
Going.
I'm zero reward. Okay, then we're good. Yeah, so that Grimstroke, there's no way he just casts like Strokes of Fate like that without having prior vision, you know? So I'm willing to bet there's somewhere. Where is it? Did he just fucking just straight up assume that I was pulling or some shit?
Man drifting.
Pulling. I'm pulling, Jug, sorry.
Death March. Cool down.
Come on, come on!
Cold front coming.
This guy's a waste of a Frost Blast, and that was a waste of a stun.
Watching your top tower?
Yes.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Quickly. Forward.
Good job, man.
My people will wash away.
Good job, Sir.
A chill wind. This is Sparta! Fight!
What the? Seriously?
Middle tower is under attack!
Oh shit! Oh, my fairy fire! Whatever, dude. Oh.
Quickly!
Oh, we can stack something. Maybe we'll stack this one for Jug. Stacked!
Forward. Cold front coming.
Oh. Here it is.
I had such plans.
Dominate!
Bam, babe.
Surgical.
Here, man. Have a mango, okay, bud? Have a mango.
Dead man drifting.
Am I born in the year of the dragon? Yes. Can we kill again?
Stay frosty.
This guy's dead again. See you later.
The winter war.
Dude, me and this Jug doing fucking fantastic.
Truly.
Yet your failure lives on.
Come to my teaser.
You what now?
Cold front coming.
Oh, there's I thought that was Omni Knight for a second.
Yes. Going.
Can I kill mid, guys? Can I kill mid?
Yes.
Mid. Trap here.
Yes, yes.
Trap. Good job, guys.
Oh my god. Ah, Jesus. Oh, dude, that invoker was so smart. That was so smart. Oh my god, he went. Oh god, he went straight for the. Damn it.
Dire structures are fortified.
Insanely intelligent. Wow, dude.
Need take a bound. Arrow. I'm dead.
Huh?
I'm gonna die.
Might be dead too. Yeah, I'm dead.
If I had friends like you, I'd never lose.
Damn.
Life.
Let's go back bottom where we've had tons of success. We can give this guy a mango.
Yes.
Aw, man.
Good job.
Dude, man, this jug? We got this shit. Ah, I'm dead. Doesn't matter. All for my carry. Yes, you kill me, but my carry gets all the kills.
Radiant called in the fortification.
That's right. That's how you play support. Oh shit! Can't even TP to save. Nah, he's dead, dude.
Mega kill.
お前は
I
もう
think
死
I'm
ん
just
で
gonna
いる。
go.
何
Rhodes. Juggernaut.
A chill wind.
Use your trap, please.
If your mid tower could talk,
Okay.
then it'd be pretty magical. Wicked sick.
Agreed.
Yeah, you know, I think I just stay bottom for the next 30 minutes.
Cold cuts.
Didn't buy before TP, blue. What does that mean, Henry? You didn't even have to use Q. I'm gonna go arcane boots by the way, guys. I kind of want ether lens. I don't know. We'll see.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks. Guy's putting up a battle. The top tower needs some help.
One moment, please. Okay,
Okay.
clear.
I don't have detection.
Dead man drifting.
Ah, sorry. I was gonna cast it.
Frost keep us. Forward. Yes.
I need to buy detection, dude.
Truly.
But I really want these mana boots. Okay.
Bottom tower's gone.
TP bot. Don't die.
You fucking dead. You're all dead.
Sorry. Leech. Good job.
Woo!
Sunstrike, careful.
Thanks, man. Oh my god, this guy's so good. I'm good too.
We're gonna kill him.
Frost among flames.
Oof. Suddenly I have so much money now. Oh, Jesus. What a great game.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing.
Don't fight, actually. Invoker coming. Invoker coming. Go back, guys. It's better here.
Can we turn? We can turn.
Okay. No! Oh no. Dead, dude.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Well, I died, but Gyro died too, so. Dude, this guy's a beast! I created a beast! Oh my god!
The enemy's top tower has
What rank is this guy? Rank 1300? That's like me!
Not alive, but not quite dead. A chill wind.
Nix maybe ulti?
Hey, look at you knocking down that bottom tower.
Going.
Go, go.
I'm coming.
Uh-oh. Man, these guys are so deep.
The hidden ones have blessed me.
Oh no, I'm gonna get hit by a rocket.
Use trap if you can use trap. Yes. Destroy the top, please, guys.
Where am I? Chain Frost go. Oh, here comes the combo. Oh my god, dude. Fuck is going on this game, dude? Oh! Gotta protect that ward. Holy shit. Damn, what a fucking beast of a team. Oh wow. That's just amazing.
Of course we can.
Can you guys see stream?
3, 2, 1.
Fucking computer, dude.
Dead ahead.
Is it back? Can anyone else confirm that it's back?
Going. Adrift.
Yeah, they're pretty tilted.
Quickly.
Next time is here.
Penetrating cold. Yes. Truly.
Middle tower is no more.
I'm under attack.
Double kill.
Holy shit.
That's back, bro. Back, don't die, bro.
Oh man, I fucking died.
Yes.
Guys, we basically stopped him. Hold on, I'm trying to turn on the other computer.
Killing spree!
It's gonna look laggy because I'm switching back and forth between computers.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
But yeah, Jug is ripping them a new one. Such a joke. Maybe I'm just a really talented Lich player, guys. I don't know. Stream might be interrupted for like 3 seconds. Tell the Jug to insta-queue. Oh yeah, I got a command. Damn, that was such a stomp, dude. 18-minute game, seriously? It was 18? Fuck Machine has commended you? That was a turbo game, yep. Ranked turbo is a new mode, guys. So is anyone able to get into Dota 2? Because you guys said Steam's down, right? And here I am just playing like nothing happened. Alright, give me some comments while this game finds this queue finds the game. I think everyone's supposed to be down, supposedly. So where's that GM guy? He went totally quiet. Hey man. You still haven't replied to any of our comments. Is it because you actually started a whole bunch of shit that you're not prepared for? And then you realize you were wrong and you have nothing to say? If that's the case, just apologize. And then we can all move on. I've already moved on because I don't give a shit. Just don't act like a shithead in my stream. Say hello to Canada, please. Okay, let's read some of these comments. Which pro team do I like? I like Team EG since I'm from Canada. And EG has the most number of North American team members, so that's about it. You're a Twitch streamer on Dota, but you're a noob. You're glad to see someone doing this, good brother. Thanks, man. Thanks, Manny Deep. And we've got a game! Rank 45! Rank 300? Aw, shit! Where's my rank 45?
Japan.
Fuck! This guy's like TI level of skill.
5 seconds left. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Look at all these arrows. It's like Christmas time. All the green and red arrows just... Oh, okay, there we go.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I've had some good luck with Lich recently, so we're just gonna try it again. Here, you guys want to know what I play? Here, I'll show you what I actually play, okay? Number 1 hero, Jug, 700 games. Mirana, sometimes carry, sometimes support, 500 games. Sven, carry, 484 games. 440 games of Lion, 414 games of Drow, etc, etc. So, you tell me what kind of player I am.
Your pick now. Meepo.
But anyways, I prefer to play support recently. That's about it.
Your pick. This
The high rank guy's name says easy in Russian. Are you Russian? GM dude has to go take the trash out so he won't miss his allowance. Hey. Yeah, that guy's probably makes 6 figures from his parents' allowance. Damn. I wish I got a 6-figure allowance. You're half Ukrainian? Half Ukrainian, half Russian? So, wait, that doesn't mean you're half Russian, right? But if it does mean you're half Russian, when Russia annexed, how do you say it, Crimea? Is that how you say it? Which side were you on? Oh, never mind. Oh, Zimbabwean. Okay. You serious? Half Ukrainian, half Zimbabwean? So is your skin dark?
Your pick now. Meepo. Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
You have a moderate skin tone, so it's like you're a mixture of the white and the black. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. You think I'm a support player because you learn a lot from when I play support, especially warding? Well, I mean, I do play support, Jason, but the thing is, I can also play carry. Actually, traditionally, I play way more carry than I do support. Rank 45 jug. Oof. I feel nervous. Do I play Diablo? I used to, but then Blizzard seems to be kind of cunty recently. So now I don't know if I want to play the games. But I played Diablo 1, I played Diablo 2, I played Diablo 3. All 3 of those games, hundreds and hundreds of thousands, maybe even thousands of hours. So. Mid players are more fun. Why do you think mid players are more fun? I have a theory on why you think that mid players are more fun. So my theory on why people like to see safe lane and mid players, because they're like, come on, bro, yeah, play Storm Spirit, play Invoker, show me that Rampage combo, yeah. They like to be the superstar of the game, you know. They're like, I want to be super farmed and I'm gonna crit for 3,000 damage and be a Rampage. Am I right?
A chill wind. Agreed.
Yeah, I get it. A lot of I would say younger Dota 2 players, they like to be the superstar, you know. Oh boy.
Yes.
So much blood. 30 seconds to battle. But feel free to start killing before that. We're not stickers.
Anyways, I played Age of Empires, the first one and the second one.
Yes. Dead man drifting.
Pay attention now. The battle started.
And so the dead will bury the dead. Does it
This guy's dead. This is the rank 45 judge dead!
feel the chill?
That guy's dead too?
Going.
Oh yeah, baby. Use the courier. Use the courier. fucking waste of time, dude. Okay, I'm wasting my time. I'm wasting my time. Okay.
Fighting. Quickly.
So tanky, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, no shit.
Into a corner. Lead. Agreed. Dead man drifting. Go, adrift.
You're dead. And I get the kill. Oh yeah. Alright, we need to go pull 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Cold front coming.
Come on, fuck. Oh.
Yes.
Forward. Yeah, spams the shit out of blood right. Hey. You okay? He's okay, right? Yeah, he's fine.
Truly. Going.
Can I buy boots? Oh fuck, am I gonna miss it again? 16, 17, 18.
Agreed.
Fuck! Look man, do you want some support or not? I feel like not helping this guy right now.
Bottom.
Forward. Yes. Stay frosty.
Yeah, good one, man. Good one.
My blood runs. I'll bury you.
Yeah, thanks.
Cold snap. Truly. Adrift. Yes. Dead man drifting. I'll take your tribute.
Can you kill?
Cold front coming.
Your mom. Your mom. Blood secure. Your mom.
Quickly. Yes.
The phone just fell on your face. Did it hurt?
Temperature dropping.
This thing is gonna need a mid ward for sure.
Forward.
Nah, I'm not even gonna bother, dude.
drifting.
Killing spree!
A chill wind. Agreed.
Okay.
Adrift. Truly. Drifting. Frost keep
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, dude, that Lena hit my thingy. That was so good, dude.
a chill wind.
I'm dead.
Hi, Dad. Come on, finish it off. Maybe we should try to kill rank 45 Jug. Oh shit. Oh, Lena. Oh, rank 45 Jug's dead.
Your middle tower's under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Quickly.
Come on. Oh, he got it. He got it.
Agreed.
Yo, Esco.
Dominating.
Yo, my dude, this game is a stomp again. Oh, except Lena's just dead. Oh man. Jugmed.
Yes.
Jug's 1 and 4, dude. That's good.
Cold front coming. Quickly. Yes.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
I'm gonna stay here to secure this tower, then I'm gonna leave and probably go top or something.
Dead man drifting.
Going top.
Bottom tower has fallen.
The wind. Frost upon us.
Dominate.
The abyss.
Easy. So it looks like they found this ward here. Yeah, they're going to probably put the sentry there. Oh shit, oh my god, that dodge is so sick.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower is double kill.
Touch coming bottom, Lena. He's hasted. Oh god, I can't even TP, dude. Oh god, here comes the hook.
Dead man drifting. Yes.
You know what? There might actually be no. Grimstar only had a sentry earlier. I think there's no way that there's a ward there.
Called in the fortification.
Just stay here, dude.
Double kill.
See that Bloodseeker? He come down to do nothing.
To battle.
Every coin helps.
Quickly.
Fuck off, you fucking cunt. I pinged, but you know, my teammates like 10 seconds. Nobody cares. He had no mana. TP cooldown. He had no TP scroll. He TP bot. Okay, that was just really unfortunate. This guy just run at me like that, man. Like.
Regeneration.
I'm putting down wards.
Go.
Adrift. Truly.
Oh shit.
Cold front coming. You won't feel a thing.
Yes. Double kill.
Nice job. Damn, dude, what a fucking ballsy ass play. Diving tier 2s when tier 1's still up.
Is it's gone. Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done.
Oh, what the? What the devil? Oh, dude, I bought brown boots. I can't sell it anymore. Oh, wait, no, I can still sell it. Okay, good. Here's the moment of truth. Oh.
Can't outrun a wildfire.
A chill wind. Truly.
Hope there's no one up on top of this hill.
Radiant structures are fortified.
There's Juggernaut over here.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
This guy have mana boots?
Front coming.
Wow.
Keep it up.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes.
Fucking found the ward? Oh.
Yes.
Man, I don't want to grab that. I don't want to die, dude.
Quickly. Ah, wards. Yes.
Is Lena going for eggs? Nope. I mean, eggs is good against kind of Podge, but pretty good against Jug, but you don't want to build it just for that reason. Oh, Laguna Blade will pierce right through his spin. Thing is, people don't care, man. Not a really good reason. Oh, Slaughter might come over here.
Your top tower is under attack.
Agreed. For the twins.
Why did he back off? Maybe he's just scared.
Adrift. Cold front coming. A little frost among friends. Numb you. A chill wind.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Oh, there better be something important going on.
I'm gonna give this guy some mana. He's so hungry.
Cold front coming.
Hi, Kelly.
Going.
He's dead.
Truly.
Oh God. Oh, damn it. I knew it was annoying, but I don't know, man. I mean, I knew it was dangerous, but maybe I should just waited to ward. See you later, Ronald. Ugh. We're gonna wait for this sentry money and then we're gonna go. Actually, this guy wants to smoke, so.
Dead man drifting.
So there was a ward over here.
Yes. Yes.
Water here, please. Water.
A chill wind.
So you reveal our ward position just so that you can. You want a ward? Here you go.
Quickly.
There you go. Have your.
Forward. Going. Cold front coming.
Oh.
Top tower needs some help. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Push ward.
Your top tower is under attack.
Sankey needs help.
Get over there! Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower needs some help.
Back me. Push ward, please.
This Bloodseeker is full of bullshit. I have Vaishin in bot. I have Vaishin. Vaishin? Which one's real, dude? I can't even tell. Oh, baby! Is that real? It's gotta be fake, right? Is that real? I can't tell. I'm scared. Mommy. Slaughter's dead. Okay, that's good. It's gotta be fake. Nah. Cool party. Here for mana.
The Flayed Ones keep you safe.
Just try and protect the.
A chill wind.
What do you think?
Got it.
Drifting. Forward.
He's like giving me like support 101 lessons. I mean, some communication.
Whoa! Godlike!
Refresh.
Quickly.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Agreed.
Yeah, I don't know. My streaming PC just seems to be dying, guys. I have to buy a new power supply. What the fuck?
Truly.
I think they're okay.
Regeneration.
Going. Froze your assets. Adrift. Cold front coming.
I want to de-word. Too scared, dude.
Agreed.
That was hot. That wasn't too bright.
I'll take your treatment. Quickly.
Your middle tower's under attack.
TP for nothing.
Dead man drifting.
No, I actually. Okay, never mind.
I'm not.
Wow.
Double kill.
Forward.
Easy breezy.
Agreed.
Radiant structures are fortified.
What the fuck, man? That Magnus all so good.
Killing spree!
Dude, this lean is so quick.
Nice.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, you guys should be able to see the stream now. It's just that, I don't know, man.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Like, I have two computers. One is for gaming, one is for streaming, and the streaming one just is dead. So now I'm using the gaming one to do both.
I'll bury you. Quickly. Adrift. Going. Yes. Wind.
Solar Crest Lina? I guess that makes sense because they have Slaughter.
Man drifting.
So much blood.
Cold front coming.
We need more people when Ranger here.
Go.
Yeah, this is gonna be the last game for today.
Chill wind.
Roshan is fallen to the dire. Immortality.
I have no idea what's going on. I still have no idea what's going on. Oh god, I'm dying.
Don't fear.
Wow, what a fucking epic fight. That game. Only Lich is dead at the end, even though we used 2 buybacks though. 33, just thank you. Oh. He doesn't have Omni Slash though. No Omni. Well, how come I can spam this so many times? Come on, dude.
Who turned up the heat?
I'll take your tribute.
Oh shit!
Killing spree!
Your blood's too thin for my pot.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. What, that's your job or something?
Fucking Pudge.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. You got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your middle tower is under attack.
Holy shit, that could have been bad.
Radiant structures are fortified. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad.
Holy fuck, this guy's so tanky, dude. Oh, he almost got away.
My
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Hey Jason, you see how your name is in gray but hers is in blue? That's why.
Yes. Going.
English only, thanks. Shouldn't be hard, right? English only.
Going.
Oh, my poor computer, it's just dying.
Frost upon us. Yes. Quickly.
Wait, were they the ones who got Aegis or was it us? I can't even remember.
Cold front coming.
We got it, but then we lost it, right? Yeah, we lost it almost immediately then.
A chill wind. Dead man drifting. Forward.
Hi Mark, I'm good, how are you?
Yes. Truly. Cold front coming. Going. Arms for the dead. Yes.
Oh, we got a gem going on here. We smoked. 35 minute runes from us up.
Quickly. Yes.
Nothing's fine.
A chill wind.
I'm coming, Lena. I'm dead. Holy shit. That rank 45 decision making?
Killing spree! Triple kill!
Where's the gem?
It's gone, it's gone.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we lost, dude. Just like
it's
that.
only one rack. I mean, I don't think they can book them. They might try.
No, I don't know, man. Like, how can me and Sand King defend against these three for a whole fucking minute? We lost, dude.
Got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your middle barracks are under attack. And over here we have the middle tower. Not being able. The middle barracks are under attack.
I came a long way to die.
Damn, dude. Oh, this Juggernaut was 1 and 4. Oh shit. Today was not a good day. Okay, that was the last game of today, though. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Damn, dude, holy fuck, we threw, man. Oh my god, look at that shit. We had like, what, 12k net worth lead. We had like, what, 80% chance of winning. And we threw that, dude. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Oh, my net worth is like this Magnus' net worth. Wow. Him and I are so poor. Actually, you know what? I'm really hungry, guys. I just want to go eat some food. Anyways, thank you everyone for watching the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed the game today. You don't like BS? I didn't like him either. He's really critical and whiny at the beginning, right? He was okay later on, but kind of just whiny. Anyways, hope you guys enjoyed our time together today. I'll be back tomorrow on the same time, so it should be around 8 a.m. Pacific time. Okay? Have a great day, great night, guys. See you soon.